Michelle, did Vivian make it online? Or
Yep, she's on.
She's on? Okay. Dario, you ready? All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting for Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. It's approximately 4:30 p.m. We're calling the meeting to order. Let's start off with a roll call by Secretary Reese.
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Annette Morton.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Present.
All right, a quorum of the board is present. We will now move the public comment and closed session agenda items. This is an opportunity for the public to give 3 minutes of, up to 3 minutes of comment, maximum 20 minutes per subject. Do we have any public comment requests this afternoon on closed session? All right, we do have one. I'd like to call up Suzanne Engelhardt to come talk about 1.1.
1.10, did I put the zero
Oh,
there?
sorry, 1.10, but 1.10, yes.
Yeah, I had that issue too.
Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening. It is my understanding that tonight during closed session, the board will be presented with the conclusion of the current feasibility study to determine if a SERP is a viable option for the district budget. I'm here today to echo the voices of our SERP committee that has been shepherded by our very own Sophia Baez on behalf of FA members. It is also my understanding that they have reached out to AFT as well, as they preemptively gathered numbers of faculty that voiced their desire to retire if a SERP was offered. Our qualified faculty are ready to pass the baton and ask for your serious consideration regarding the SERP. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item 1.10.
At item 1.10, correct. Thank you so much. This will conclude our public comment on closed session agenda items. We will now be adjourning into closed session. We have items 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, and 1.9, and 1.10 to review. So we will adjourn. We'll be back shortly. We adjourn. All right, welcome everybody to the Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees regular meeting for Wednesday, November 12th. It's now 6:02. We are returning from our first closed session, calling this meeting back to order. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask Dr. Morton to lead us tonight.
Wonderful. Everybody who can stand if you're able, place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're going to move on to our land acknowledgement. Before every meeting, Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land today. Item 2.4, African ancestral acknowledgement. We honor the gifts, resilience, and sacrifice of our Black ancestors, particularly those who toiled the land and built the institutions that established the nation's wealth and freedom, despite never being compensated nor fully realizing their own sovereignty. We acknowledge this exploitation of not only labor, but our common humanity, and through this process are working to repair some of the harms done by both the public and private sectors. Because of their work, we are here today and will invest in the descendants of their legacy. We'll now go to roll call of attendance. Secretary Reese.
Virginia Baxter,
Present.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Annette Morton,
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Here.
Sunny Zia,
Present.
and student trustee Leah Tawa.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum of the board present. Item 2.6 is our mission and vision statement of the college that we have on our agenda, and a reminder to the board and our members of the public why we're here and what we do to serve our community and the students. Also, item 2.7 is our board rules that were unanimously adopted by the entire board of governing our conduct and time limitations and how the meeting is operated. There's an attachment online for folks who are interested. Now, reporting out on our first closed session, there is no reportable action. We will have a second closed session after open session. Next is an opportunity for public comment. This is where the public has an opportunity to comment on items on the agenda for up to 3 minutes per speaker, with a maximum of 20 minutes per speaker. I do have one comment card for item 15.1 from Suzanne Engelhardt. Is there any other public commenters on agenda items? Anybody else, Secretary Reese? Okay, Suzanne, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello again. Good evening. As I will not be able to attend to my report this evening due to a conflict, I will like to take this opportunity to address item 15.1. This is a friendly request. I believe it was January 2 years past that FA realized the bargaining reports were re-agendized from item 4 to item 15. As January is fast approaching, I would like to ask the superintendent president to consider returning item 15 bargaining unit reports back to items 4 standing reports in the board agenda, and I would like to ask the board of trustees to support this move. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any other public comments on items on the agenda? Seeing, hearing none, we're going to 2.9, reordering the agenda, and this is where folks may request moving the agenda on a different time. And I do want to note, Trustee Malauulu is with us virtually and can hear and participate auditorily. So if you don't see her and you hear the voice of God, it's Vivian. But going to reordering, if there's no objection from the board, I'd like to move item 16.1 up after 2.210, which is the public comment on non-agenda item. I have several comments from students who may have class or other items to attend besides waiting the entire couple of hours of the meeting. Is anybody opposed to that?
No objection.
All right, and this is the time anybody else who would like to speak on non-agenda public comment can as well. All right, if there's no objection, we're gonna go to 16.1, and then we're going to come back to 3.1. So item 16.1, these are public comments on non-agenda items that we are not scheduled to discuss. There's 3 minutes per speaker, up to 20 minutes per topic. I have 2 speaker cards. I have Christopher, Ragdale, if I spelled it correctly here. And then I have Victoria Dufay. Okay. If anybody else would like to speak, please present a card to the board secretary. You'll have 3 minutes at the podium here.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Christopher Ragsdale. I'm the president of the NAACP College Chapter, vice chair committee member of California Community Colleges, student ambassador of Long Beach Job Corps, dormitory president of Long Beach Job Corps, medical billing and coding specialist, certified nurse assistant, medical administrative assistant, and clinical medical assistant. I'd like to share with each and every one of you how I feel about the dolphin as a great mascot for the school. The dolphin that we would like to uplift into our community represents diversity, accessibility, neutrality, inclusion, and equity. Dolphins also represent intelligence, which is a very vibrant factor of our community. While I was helping out with petitions for the new mascot today, I discovered a lot of people were excited and joyful of the idea and supportive of seeing the vision of how the dolphin will be a great transformation and positive impact for the school. Dolphins also represent collaborative and teamwork. They move together in the ocean and with strength of unity. And with that, we can uplift our school. There's a bright future ahead for improvement of innovation, networking, and growth, not just for this generation, but for future generations to create a legacy of success in education and growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Next is Victoria.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I am the president of the upcoming Long Beach City College chapter of the National Society of Black Engineers. And you all just approved some funding for us to go on a trip next week to the Fall Regional Conference in Oakland, California. This is going to be an amazing opportunity for all of us to network with local and far companies and organizations that are going to put us in a better position to establish ourselves in our careers and our future educational paths. And I just wanted to put a face to the name so you guys know who exactly you were supporting. This is me. My name is Victoria. This is Kylie Thompson, and Jaden Jones. This is my board, and this is just a couple of the students that you are so graciously sending to Oakland to, further ourselves. So thank you. We very, very much appreciate it, and we look forward to giving you a full report on how amazing this conference is going to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe each of you could tell, what type of engineering major are you?
I am a physical sciences major looking to go into chemical engineering. I hope to get my master's in a similar physical science degree all the way up to my PhD. My top school at the moment is tied between USC and Howard. So I do plan to go to grad school. I'm going to be in school for a long time. But this is my love, this is my passion, and I'm just so excited to help, me and some other students really further ourselves and, ensure that the time we're putting in school is worthwhile. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, if you don't mind, we have almost 3 minutes is almost up, but just your name and major.
Hi, my name is Kylie Johnson. I am the secretary of NSBE. My major is nursing. I know that's not widely accepted as STEM, but I love STEM. I love every letter in STEM. So that's why I'm a part of NSBE, even though they don't accept me. But yeah, I'm happy to connect with all the different letters of STEM and learn about each letter and maybe get involved with one of them outside of the medical. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Kylie Thompson. My major is biology. I want to get into a forensics field. And I'm also the treasurer of NSBE. And I also work up at the Transfer Center as well on campus. And just wanted to get NSBE together on campus and really be able to further everyone's education and get into their fields.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jaden Jones. I'm serving as the vice president for NSBE. I'm a psychology major with a background in mechanical engineering. For me personally, I really do, I think that NSBE is a really good opportunity for people to really come together as a community in their love of science, their love of technology, and it just it presents a really good opportunity for people who even are outside of like Long Beach City College and stuff like that to be able to go into a space where they feel comfortable and they feel, you know, open with their different majors, and they can feel more accepted and more in a community that accepts them. And I do believe that it's a really good opportunity for networking, for internships. So I hope that everybody who's able to go on this trip really gets the most out of it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all. Appreciate you. We're now moving to item 3.1. This is recognition of Native American Heritage Month Planning Committee. Dr. Munoz, do we have, you want to kick it off?
So this month, as you know, November is recognized of Native American Heritage Month Planning Committee. We had committee leads, Dr. Eric Becerra, Mateo Rios Santana, Rosa Martinez, and Justin Mendez as part of the committee. I know Dr. Becerra is with us here today, so I don't know if Dr. Becerra, you want to join at the podium and offer a few words on behalf of the committee.
Good evening, everybody from the board, everybody here in this place today as well. I'm here just representing the planning work group. I wasn't planning on speaking today. I really wanted Mateo, Rosa, or Justin to be here to really take credit for the hard work that they put into planning a wonderful Native American Heritage Month for the month of November. This is also going to mark the third or fourth year that we have a Native Indigenous grad celebration. So just really want to shout out all the folks on this campus and the leadership here that's really allowed us to fully lean in to our Indigenous identity and bringing Indigenous ways of knowing and being to the college community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Becerra. And just to let the board know, I will be sharing a video during my superintendent present remarks from the kickoff of Native American Heritage Month.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you to the Planning Committee, appreciate all your work. Moving to 3.2, this is recognition of the Historically Black Colleges and Universities, HBCU Caravan Planning Committee. We have Associate Vice President, Dr. Alicia Kirkwood, to say a few words and recognize the committee. Dr. Kirkwood, or the group.
I'm going to have the whole committee come up here because this was truly a dream team to work with. It was a great time. And so, good evening, Board President, Vice President, trustees, and colleagues. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'm excited to share that this year's HBCU Caravan, hosted by Long Beach City College, was a tremendous success, and an especially meaningful one as it marked the 10-year anniversary of this noteworthy Chancellor Office initiative. We were proud to welcome 429 students and more than 500 participants from across our region. In addition to LBCC transfer-ready students that were in attendance, we partnered with several community colleges to ensure as many students as possible had the opportunity to connect and hear about the transfer opportunities and legacies that HBCUs have to offer. Our partner colleges included Cerritos, Compton, Cypress, Grossmont, Pasadena City, and Santa Monica. Additionally, we had Lakewood High School representing the Long Beach Promise Program, as well as Locke High School's Elite Scholars Program, and they were both well represented. It was encouraging and inspiring to see so many students explore historically Black colleges and universities as a viable next step on their educational journeys. We would like to extend our gratitude to the Board of Trustees for your ongoing support and engaged participation through attendance. Your presence was appreciated.
the Long Beach City College Foundation, whose support provided LBCC swag to all student participants and gift cards that we were able to use for opportunity drawings. So throughout the day, we were able to do HBCU and Divine Nine, which is the historically Black sororities and fraternities. We did trivia, and that was a big hit. Like, they were into it. It got like real serious out there. And then also, lastly, our president's office for funding that helped cover event costs and meals for students and college representatives from each of the HBCUs and the chancellor's office. Lastly, we would like to acknowledge the planning committee members. You can see them standing here with me. A special thank you to VP Jones, Ruben Page, myself. I wrote myself in it. I literally put Dr. Alicia Kirkwood, Cal Stewart, Carl Kemp, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday, Carl, wherever you are. Dr. Eric Becerra, Angela Folks, Stephanie Arojo, and Dr. Arania Freeman. And a special shout out to VP Jones and Ruben. They did a phenomenal job as our co-chairs, which meant they attended the chancellor's office meetings to keep us in the loop. We also did meetings with our partner colleges, so we got to really connect with colleagues across the region, and so that was due to their leadership, so they did a phenomenal job. And so lastly, I leave you all with this. This year's Caravan truly reflected the best of who we are as a community: collaborative, committed, and deeply invested in expanding awareness, access, and opportunity for all students. Thank you all so much. I wrote a statement on behalf of the community. I actually wrote something, y'all. I didn't just get up here and talk off the top of my head. I was like, you're representing the group, so I wrote on behalf of the group. And so it's from the sincerest gratitude of our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the committee and everyone who participated. I know Dr. Morton and I were there. Do also want to shout out Dr. Jerome Hunt. He was an HBCU alum and up on stage and helping encourage. I tried to bring my old counseling hat off of, you can transfer to a HBCU with only 30 units. You don't have to do 60 units like the CSU and UC. So it was great to see students from up and down the state and around the region. We do an annual HBCU tour, and we go travel, but not everyone is able to do that. So being able to have the universities here is really impactful to shorten that gap and open that opportunity. So thank you to the committee, thank you to Vice President Jones, Dr. Hunt, and everyone who participated. It was a great event. Any other comments from other trustees? Dr. Morton?
I just have to echo everything that Board President Intek said. It was an amazing day. The energy and the excitement of the students was so wonderful to see. So thank you so much to everyone who participated on the committee to put that together. I know it was a lot of work, but it was very well received and wonderful to have the students in the space and in community that day.
Thank you for the work you do. You know, a lot of the work that faculty, staff, administration does on the committees, it's a work of love, and sometimes it's volunteer, and it takes a litany of effort. So I want to just commend you. I am so sorry I wasn't able to go. It was during my work hours, but I know that we were represented very well by our board leadership. Just know that I was there in spirit, and I support you, love you, and really appreciate you, and I see you. Thank you for your hard efforts and hard work for our district and our students.
Student trustee, Laute?
From a student perspective, I just want to express my sincere gratitude to you all. For me, my first introduction to higher education growing up in Compton came from HBCU alumni. That was my neighbors, parents of my friends, and it's because of the community. It inspired me to foster a sense of community and create space for my own community as well. And because of them, I learned that there are spaces in higher ed that truly nurture connection and a sense of belonging. One of my mentors often reminded me that proximity to Blackness is not the same as valuing Blackness. So while growing up near Blackness gave me exposure that I needed, it didn't always mean it was fully understood or valued. Thanks to your committee and thoughtful planning, the LBCC community has come to recognize and deeply value the work being done to provide students with that same sense of community that I found through my neighbors here on campus. So again, thank you for your dedication and your hard work.
Thank you, and we'll move on to section 4 of the agenda, standing reports, 5 minutes each. ASP President Prince Pass, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. Good evening, Superintendent President Dr. Munoz, Board President Intuck, trustees, faculty, staff, my student trustee, PSA, and the entire LBCC community. Thank you for giving me space to speak on behalf of students, on behalf of the students of Long Beach City College. First, I want to express my gratitude for the opportunities this institution has provided our student leaders. Attending both the Seesaw Leadership Conference and the Emoja Conference was transformative. I also want to thank the Board of Trustees for supporting our NSBE students and sending them to the Fall Regional Conference. That investment in our future engineers reflects that excellence that we want to cultivate here at LBCC. At Seesaw Conference, LBCC received statewide recognition for our student parent baby changing station resolution. Dozens of colleges installed baby changing stations because LBCC led the way. That is the power of student leadership when it is nurtured, supported, and believed in. These investments have strengthened our confidence to advocate boldly and responsibly. Yet, even after aspiring institutions across California have installed their changing stations, we still have not. Our campus ASB even pulled personal funds to purchase a freestanding unit because we believe our student parents deserve dignity. We understand that construction updates are underway, and we respect that. But leadership means finishing what we start, and we remain committed to advocating for accessibility. I'd also like to uplift the Justice Scholars Program, who recently held an outstanding transfer workshop. I want to thank every student in that space for their resilience, their determination, and their willingness to pursue a better future. My hope is that the Justice Scholars become not just a hangout area, but a true hub for legal resources, support, and empowerment, because our students deserve none less. After returning from our conferences, our perspective shifted. We began looking at our campus through deeper lens of belonging, representation, and equity. And the truth is, our campus must rise to the excellence we can expect from our students. Yes, we meet medium ADA requirements, but our students exceed the minimum every single day. As Measure AC brings new facilities forward, this is our moment to build a campus that meets all of our students' needs. Students are also asking for more identity-affirming spaces, not as luxuries, but as essentials that improve retention, mental well-being, and academic success. Our Black Student Success Center, ran wonderfully by Angela Folks, is overflowing and has become a statewide model. But students are also calling for a Latinx, Chicanx Center, a Pride Center, and a Center for Asian and Pacific Islander Empowerment, and expanded spaces for dreamers and veterans. Some of these can begin in spaces that we already have, and all of them deserve to be a part of our long-term planning. A bowling alley will be fun, but belonging is transformative. Belonging keeps students enrolled, belonging helps students graduate, and belonging builds school spirit that lasts. We also face an increase in basic needs challenges. Water bottles were rationed recently, not due to supply, but due to litter. Sustainability matters, but limiting access to our water is not equitable. And with the basic needs budget being cut by over 70%, while our student usage has doubled, this is something that we must address urgently. All these concerns point back to a deeper truth, the identity of our campus itself, and has brought me to a conversation that students are having everywhere, the future of our mascot. Over the past month, I've spoken with hundreds of students, collected hundreds of signatures, and many were shocked to learn that the mascot is our Viking at all. That tells us something important, that school spirit isn't gone, it's just disconnected. And when students looked up the Viking history, conquest, raids, enslavement, and violence, and many share that the symbol does not reflect who they are, especially on unceded land of the Gabrielino Tongva people, we speak about dignity, healing, and acknowledgement, yet our mascot honors the culture tied to the very harms our indigenous communities endured. Students felt that contradiction deeply. So we began researching symbols meaning for the Long Beach and the Tonga community, and the dolphin appears immediately, present on the Tonga tribal flag, representing harmony, intelligence, unity, and protection. And more than that, it represents the soul of Long Beach, cultural, diverse, resilient, and interconnected. So as we honor the Gabrielle and the Tonga people with our words, yet uphold a mascot rooted in a legacy of violence, does exploring a new inclusive symbol for our new century seem like something that we can look forward to? Dr. Antuk. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, or Board President Antuk, do you think that this is something that we can look forward and to looking forward to in the future? Something that we can look forward into in the future?
I'm happy to work with you on it.
Thank you so much. And thank you everybody else for your time. God bless.
Thank you. Next, we have our student trustee, Leah Tawa.
Talofa and Fakalofa Lahiatu. So for my report, last month I had the opportunity to meet with Superintendent President Mike Munoz to discuss the future for our Asian Pacific Islander and DESE resources at LBCC, specifically the MANA program. During our discussion, we addressed several key issues and clarifications regarding program sustainability, equitable funding, and the need for a structured framework to ensure APID student voices are represented in institutional planning. These conversations were highly productive, and I look forward to continuing this work to strengthen and possibly expand APID student resources. I also had the opportunity to meet with Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Corral, and Vice President of Academic Affairs, Dr. Lee Douglas, alongside ASB President Prince. This meeting provided an important opportunity for Prince and I to discuss student feedback that has been brought to our attention. We discussed ways to translate that feedback into actionable improvements within academic and student services with the shared goal of fostering a more responsive and student-centered environment. Alongside Superintendent President Munoz, Board President Antuk, and ASB President Prince Bass last week Friday, I had the honor of speaking at this year's scholarship reception. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Ms. Shira Compton and the scholarships team for organizing such a meaningful and well-executed event. Congratulations to all of our students who received a scholarship. Your dedication and hard work continue to inspire us all. As a reminder to my students, the deadline to apply for scholarships is December 18th at 5 p.m. I strongly encourage all eligible students to take advantage of this opportunity and apply. Prior to this meeting, I had a meeting with the Me First faculty coordinator of mathematics and engineering, Cindy Enrique, who also serves as a professor and faculty professional development coordinator. The Me First program creates a supportive space for first generation and underrepresented students to build confidence and community in both STEM and English courses. My personal experience in the program helped me want a new and upcoming students to experience the same sense of belonging in the classroom, especially in challenging courses like math and English. I met with Professor Cindy Enrique to talk about how we can increase access and continue to expand the Me First program and to share how meaningful the Me First program has been. She had shared that the program's grant will end after this spring as it is will impact the students very deeply. I want to thank Professor Enrique and Professor Francois for their commitment, encouragement, and for always going the extra mile to make students feel seen and valued in the classroom. Updates from ASB. The ASB grants is due on Friday, and the rewarding will begin in December. Also echoing some things that Prince had shared, last year, ASB past rep of evening students, Calvin Lewis, ASB President Shamanu Karis, past student trustee G. Gonzalez, and ASB Secretary Angie Anderson spearheaded an initiative to add baby changing stations for student parents on campus. Their hard work is now coming to fruition. Baby changing stations are now available in the women's, men's, and all gender restrooms in Building G. A huge congratulations to my fellow students on this major achievement, and a heartfelt thank you to the Student Life Department, Kim Hammond, Taylor Robertson, Derek Ori, and Silvio Garcia for all that you do to support our students. Your direct dedication and support to us students and student leaders makes this win possible. I also had the opportunity to connect with the National Pacific Islander Educators Network to talk about the Long Beach Center for Economic Inclusion's North Long Beach Collaborative. This partnership seeks to engage residents of the North Long Beach community through initiatives that promote socioeconomic growth, educational advancement, and community wellness. Through this collaboration, we aim to meet students where they are, both geographically and holistically, by extending our college's presence and support into the communities that we serve. I'm excited for this opportunity to connect with and serve students in the North Long Beach area, ensuring that they have access to the resources, representation, and opportunities needed to succeed. In closing, I want to take a moment to honor our veteran students, staff, faculty, and community members present here today who have served our country. Your dedication, courage, and sacrifice are deeply appreciated. Thank you for your service and for the invaluable contributions you continue to make to our campus and community. That's the end of my report.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jerome Hunt, as Academic Senate President, report.
Good evening, Board President Intuk, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members, and colleagues. I just have a few updates to share with you tonight. From online education, the process to recertify faculty for online teaching has begun. Full-time faculty who complete the campus recertification course will receive 6 hours of flex credit, and part-time faculty who complete the recertification will receive a stipend. As part of the recertification course, faculty will review online pedagogical practices, teaching strategies that promote student success, and the implementation of accessible online content. The curriculum has also placed emphasis on design strategies that promote and enhance regular and substantive interaction within the online learning environment. From study abroad, there are currently 2 spring break study abroad trips scheduled for next year, one to Granada and one to Florence. And students going on these trips will be supported by funding from the Equity Innovation Grant. And finally, from the equitable teaching community, now in its 3rd year, continues to develop inclusive teaching practices for student success. The ETC, as it's called, is offering a series of hour-long DEIA Flex activities this year that are open to all faculty members, and will begin enrolling for the 2026 winter and spring cohort in the coming weeks. So that concludes my report, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to our classified Senate report. Ben Chase.
Thank you. Good evening, Viking family. As you can see in front of you is in front of the financial aid office area and enrollment services team there. This is our Trades, Technology, and Community Learning Campus, formerly PCC. This is part of the water pump installation project. This picture is here for the next picture, really, to honor our colleagues. We want to say thank you and highlight 3 of our colleagues from the LBCC Building Maintenance and Repairs Department. Stephen, who you see on the left in the photo, Joseph, who you see in the center, and Darren, who you see on the right. These classified professionals worked tirelessly to replace the water pumps for the sewage system at TTC during the month of October. Although there were days where restrooms were unavailable at TTC, this work was necessary to improve and update the plumbing system. Their dedication to serving our LBCC community is very much thanked for and grateful that they took care of that, because they like having restrooms again. It's a nice thing to have. This is a thank you to our kickoff for Filipino American History Month there. Cyrus is speaking. And my favorite night always is the karaoke night, and we finished with an Adele song for it. This picture here, Dr. Corral was with our team from Enrollment Services, Financial Aid at Homecoming 2025 for SoCal Vibes, where we had food, family fun, and games for it. And in this photo here, I adopted my classified family. That is my communications coordinator, Chanel, and her daughter, Phoebe. We were birthday month buddies, so it was fun to partake with Phoebe and all the things she got to do and hang out with the BMX team as well. Stressful event there for Trustee Malu. I think felt a little something about that one. When you see her, ask her. This goes on to our Halloween event for community and connection, imagination, and expression that we held back on Thursday, October 30th. I gave extra time. So here you can see, I want to thank my classified Senate council members and volunteers for getting the Halloween party decorations, treat bags, cotton candy spinning, kettle corn, and costume contest set up and run. Super special shout out to Brenda Ramos for organizing all of the volunteers for it and spearheading that. If you've never known what cotton candy spinning is like, this picture could kind of show you a little bit of the fun. If you don't mind wearing it all, you'll be fine. Anita had the best spinning ability of it. You can see hers seem to do a little better than that. Does anyone know who the witch is with me in the one picture there for it? That is our own VP Candace Jones for it, which is in Wizard for it, and my colleague Jennifer in Enrollment Services for it. I'm missing my group photo for the winners. It never came through for me, but just so you know, the group costume contest winner for faculty and staff and employees at the college was for the Adams family for it. So I'm happy that they did that, and that was from the DSPS office. Here's another picture from the enrollment services team. I just wanted to show out and share Dr. Zavala and our team participation for it. Let me see. A couple of quotes that I had from Gandalf for it. I found it is the small everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. And all we have to do is decide what to do with the time that is given to us. I also want to shout out Glinda, Fabiola, your crown's there. We're just missing the bubbles around you for it. And a very special thank you to the Team Spirit. As you can see their shirts, is Shayna, Camille, Jessica, and Aaron for making the college-wide Halloween party and costume contest a possibility this year. The Classified Senate appreciates your time, effort, creativity, and overall Halloween spirit, because without them, it would not happen. This is a shout out to the Vision 2030 team and VP Madrid, my colleagues from the Classified Senate, Sharon and Chanel, and colleagues Shonda and Jordan, right? Jordan, for it, being able to participate. Trustee Malou was at this with us as well. It was the LAC Art Walk for the painted emergency boxes. The picture we're taking is front of the SAGE Group's box. They're still in process of painting it for the groups, but we appreciate the work that they've done so far on that, and Dr. Jay Hun for curating for us. Special shout out and thank you to my colleagues that participated in the Employee Wellness Walk. It paid off for my colleagues because 3 of them out of the 5 winners came from enrollment services. So you know they are participating for it. This is one that I really wanted to make sure I focused on. It was the winner of the 2025 Veterans Day poster contest through the VA. Kind of neat, kind of cool. It's all of them together showing unity by service, reflecting the theme of service to our nation for it. So I appreciate them all. This one's included in here for an opportunity for anyone that would like to get involved in November and give back to our LBCC community. We're hosting a fall drive for food items through our basic needs group, and then also for our EOPS program in CARE and CalWorks, we're doing a toy drive. And this is a special thank you to Dr. Zavala and my enrollment services team that was out there. You can see the booth space for our Crash or Cash opportunity for the groups that you could win for it, for the theme to match up. Thank you all, appreciate you.
Thank you, Ben. Next, item 5.1 is Superintendent's Report. Dr. Munoz.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to share our highlights from this past month that showcase the incredible work and celebrations taking place here at Long Beach City College. Let's kick it off with Native American Heritage Month. Happy Native American Heritage Month. LBCC came together last week to celebrate and honor the rich traditions, artistry, and community of Native American and Indigenous peoples. The kickoff featured cultural performances and food, highlighting the strength and resilience of the Native American communities. I want to remind everyone to support Native American and Indigenous communities throughout the year, and we have a video from last week's kickoff that we're going to share.
Hi LBCC, welcome to the Native American Heritage Kickoff event. Long Beach City College came together to celebrate Native American Heritage Month, honoring the rich traditions and stories that shape our community. Campus leadership joined students for great food, amazing performances, and a powerful showcase of Indigenous culture, ending the celebration with everyone joining in a beautiful friendship dance. Go LBCC!
And again, a big thank you to the Native American Heritage Month Planning Committee. Thank you again, Dr. Becerra, for your leadership. I also want to again recognize October as Filipino American Heritage Month. LBCC proudly celebrated with a wonderful kickoff event at our TTC campus. And you can see a picture of the committee there. And so just again, I want to extend my appreciation to the committee for organizing such wonderful events for the month of October. Yesterday, we honored Veterans Day, recognizing and thanking all military veterans for their service and sacrifices. I'm proud to support our student veterans as they pursue their educational goals. I know the Veterans Office has been working extremely hard with the Chancellor's Office on some statewide initiatives, especially around credit for prior learning, which is an important option to really be able to fully explore for our veterans as a pathway to get them closer to earning their degrees and certificates and transfers. So we're really proud of that work, and again, shout out to that team. I'm really excited to share that Long Beach City College was acknowledged as a pathway champion for transfer excellence by the Campaign for College Opportunity. We received 2 designations, one recognition for Total Campus Awards in the Associate Degrees for Transfers, which is the ADTs, as well as ADT implementation for Black students. And so again, a big shout out to the Transfer Center under the leadership of Ruben Paje, as well as the counselors who work very tirelessly through completion counseling efforts to really help uplift our students and get them across the finish line. So again, thank you to all those that support those efforts. I'm pleased to share that we hosted a group of the Foundation for the California Community Colleges Communications and Marketing team. We welcomed them in early October to our Basic Needs Center. Our guests were able to tour not only the Basic Needs Centers, but also understand and see how our students interact with the support services, and both in and outside the classroom. And one of the really compelling facts that I wasn't even fully aware of, and it really hit me, in fact, when I shared the statistic at Cabinet, I saw people's face be like, well, let's verify that. Let's trust and verify that information. But we had nearly 80,000 contacts in the Basic Needs Center for last academic year. It was like 70,000-ish. Now, these aren't unduplicated, obviously, because we only have 39,000 students, but to have nearly 80,000 contacts in the Basic Needs Center for the year really demonstrates the need of our students and the great work that is happening under the leadership of Dr. Justin Mendez and the team, the whole team there. So again, thank you for hosting that visit, and as well as creating that awareness opportunity with the Foundation for California Community Colleges. So Homecoming 2025 was a huge success. LBCC celebrated Homecoming 2025 with exciting SoCal vibes, bringing the campus together for an afternoon of fun and community. Students, faculty, staff, and alumni cheered on our water polo teams. Activities included skateboarding and BMX demos, live music, cheer performances, dancing, and great food. It really showcased the campus energy and spirit. So again, congratulations everyone. And it was really nice because I think it was the first big event we had in our newly renamed Monty Nitzkowski Aquatic Center, named after one of our former faculty members, Monty Nitzkowski. At this year's Association of Community College Trustees Leadership Congress, I was able to present alongside Board President Entuck and the Executive Director Lori Barr of Raise the Bar Foundation to highlight the work that Long Beach City College is engaging in support of our student parents. We highlighted LBCC's approach, including family housing, a free on-campus after-school program, and a one-stop support center and partnerships with organizations like Ascend at the Aspen Institute. So again, thank you, Board President Entuck, for your leadership and being able to share how Long Beach City College is holistically supporting student parents and the role of the Board of Trustees plays in creating policy and support of college operations to really, again, drill down and support our student parents. And I also want to acknowledge Dr. Morton and Trustee Malaulu. They were in attendance of the presentation and workshop. So again, thank you all for participating and supporting. You heard a little bit earlier during our recognitions, but I also want to take a moment to talk about how successful the HBCU Caravan Tour was. As you know, LBCC hosted the HBCU Caravan. Our road to greatness, bringing together more than 400 participants for the day, was full of energy, pride, and purpose. This, I think it's important to note, this was more than double the goal we had set for ourselves. Students enjoyed not only step performances, but received hands-on assistance with their applications while celebrating the legacy of excellence of historically Black colleges and universities. I want to give a big shout out to Vice President Jones. I want to just be very candid. Candace brought this event to LBCC. I think it was at PCC before. And so one of her first kind of opportunities that she brought up at Cabinet was to consider applying for this opportunity and to bring this opportunity to Long Beach City College. So again, thank you, Vice President Jones. Thank you to the entire committee. It was a wonderfully successful event. Last month's President's Circle Social was a tremendous success where we brought together the dedicated members of LBCC's Exclusive Giving Society. Through their generosity and partnership, these members directly support LBCC's growth, innovation, and student success, helping strengthen the college and the vibrant community we serve. It was a really great event. You know, we don't always have an opportunity to bring our donors together and really highlight some of the impact that their investments in our students are making. And you can see in the corner photo is a picture of myself with the President's Ambassadors. And the President's Ambassadors really, I think, set the tone for the event. We kicked off the event with our President's Ambassadors sharing a little bit about themselves, their major, and the impact LBCC is having on their journey. And so again, I just want to thank our President's Circle members, as well as the Board of Trustees for being in attendance to support the growth of the President's Circle. So again, thank you. So as you can see with some of these photos, Halloween at LBCC continues to be a vibe. Long Beach City College showed up for fun, Halloween, filling campus with fun, creativity, and school spirit. I'm not gonna lie, I had a lot of FOMO, which is fear of missing out. Chancellor Christian, the California Community College Chancellor, convened all LA County colleges and the executive teams to come together around Vision 2030. And so unfortunately, I was not able to be present for our Halloween celebration, but just stay ready. Next year, the executive team is gonna be back with a vengeance and we're gonna bring the fire. So looking forward to that. This past Friday, we had our annual scholarship reception where we celebrated the 25-26 scholarship recipients and honored the generous donors who make these awards possible. I want to share an astounding number with you. More than $1.2 million was awarded in scholarships for the 24-25 academic year to a little over 1,300 students. The event connected students with their donors, fostering gratitude and a strong sense of community. I want to give a big shout out to Shira, who leads our scholarship office. It was a beautiful event. I think her and her team did an amazing job coordinating. So big shout out to Shira Compton, as well as the entire team from the scholarship office. So with that said, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Moving to presentations, we don't have any tonight. Moving to Section 7, Board of Trustees. 7.1 is Board of Trustee reports for 5 minutes. Maybe I'll take the honor of starting first tonight. I did want to thank Dr. Munoz. We were able to go to New Orleans, Louisiana for the AACCT presentation on parenting. It was a really well-received presentation. We were able to talk about our Boys and Girls Club. We were able to show the picture back when I was a student, said no kids, no service at the financial aid counter. We were able to track down and find that picture to show how far we've come, but also show on billboards and bus stops now, you'll see a female student with their child being promoted to come to Long Beach City College. It's more than just talking about it at a board meeting, but it's policies, it's programs, and it's promoting it to the community. So really want to thank also Lori Barr, who came and did a great job talking about Raise the Bar Foundation. I was able to attend the UCLA NSBE meeting. They invited me to be their guest speaker. NSBE is the National Society of Black Engineers. I haven't been to UCLA in a while, so it was nice to be on campus. They have over 70 members of their student chapter. Did I not say it right, Jenny? UCLA? Okay. The city of Troy, they don't teach us how to say it right. But it was a great evening. Talked to the students about grad school opportunities. Folks who may not be aware, there's a program out there called the GEM Fellowship. It's for engineering science students. It'll pay 100% of your master's degree tuition. It has a paid internship the summer in between and a guaranteed job placement afterwards. So it's folks who are interested in the GEM Fellowship for any students. I also talked about the Consortium for Graduate Study in Management, which is a business school program that also pays 100% of your tuition for 2 years full-time MBA programs for students. And so it was a great discussion about Why are you an engineer? What do you do with engineers? Did you know they made MBAs for engineers? And so it was really a really nice evening over there in Westwood. It was announced I got appointed to the CCLC Statewide Advisory Committee on Legislation. This is part of a statewide committee that works with the legislature on bills, and there's some really good information. We had our first meeting. There's another meeting during the conference here in Garden Grove this month, but we're looking forward to participating and sharing what we're doing at Long Beach City College there in Sacramento. What else I got? I was able to go to Bakersfield for the California Renewable Energy Labs Energy Conference. It was nice to be on another community college campus. They are also building student housing. It was very interesting to see. They funded it through their bond measure and see the progress they're making and being on their campus. And Chancellor Christian was there convening everyone. And it was a takeaway was that the California Renewable Energy Lab, which is like the CREL, which is like the NREL of the national lab in Colorado, is for all community colleges. And they partner and they give technical assistance on sustainability efforts, renewable energy on campus, and they do have a statewide climate action goals that we're all supposed to follow. And I shared with the chancellor, I didn't know. Nobody told us from the governing board up in Sacramento. So a lot of good information that I learned, and I'll pass along there to my colleagues. You know, we are in the longest government shutdown in American history right now that still continues. When I was on campus for the HBCU event, caravan event, found out that our weekly food bank was canceled earlier or last week. And it's great that Supervisor Hahn, Long Beach Mayor Richardson, the county is hosting a free regional food bank giveaway November 14th from 9 to 12 right here at LAC in the Vet Stadium Memorial parking lot. It's a drive-through. Oh, they moved to TCC? Oh, the flyer online says. Oh. Did it move? Did it go to TCC? Is it here now? Oh, they moved? Oh, man. Man, the flyer online today is wrong. All right, so we're still going to have a regional food bank giveaway for folks who have lost their SNAP coverage or folks who are hungry. No questions asked. Please spread the word. It looks like the 21st here. 9 to 11 is the morning time. You can drive through and just, anybody you know who is in need or support, the unfortunate shutdown continues, and we want to make sure that folks know that those Long Beach City College is partnering with the region to provide food services. Oh, and the last thing I'll note is I did go to the Veterans Day celebration at Houghton Park in North Long Beach. Folks may not know, North Long Beach is historically high density of veterans, and we have our Veterans Day memorial that's there. We have a helicopter, Vietnam-era helicopter. Former Long Beach Councilmember Val Lurch led that effort and is now on the mural on the wall there off of Atlantic Avenue, but it was a really nice celebration recognizing our Veterans Commission here in Long Beach. They had a flyover. I was able to thank our Long Beach City College outreach team was there, passing out flyers and giveaways to encourage folks to use your GI Bill, use it at Long Beach City College. And with that, I'll conclude my report, and I'll pass the baton to Dr. Baxter.
Thank you, President Ntuk. I wasn't ready, but I'm ready now. Okay, these are things that have been going on for the week, for the month of October, November. On October 8th, I attended the Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association Board meeting, and I'm the secretary, so I have to be there, and happy to be there. On October 11th, I attended the NAACP dinner at the Queen Mary, and it was very, very well done. Alumna, Dr. Sharifa Batts is the president of NAACP, and I sat at a Port of Long Beach table. It was a wonderful event, and Trustee Zia was there with me. On October 15th, I attended the Rotary Scholarship Committee meeting, And we're getting ready for an event on November 19th, which I'll get to in a minute. On October 17th, I attended the Lakewood Education Golf Foundation Golf Tournament. Did not play golf, but I sponsored a group. On October 24th, another Rotary Scholarship meeting. We're very busy. 10/28, the President's Circle event, which was very, very nice and very well done. On the 29th of October, the Rotary meeting, Rotary Scholarship meeting, the California Community College Women's Conference, and the Ronald McDonald House dinner, at which former colleague of mine, John Philpa, was honored, and he did a super job of, you have to put on a skit, and his involved athletics at LBCC. He had on all different LBCC athletic uniforms, and he kept pulling off different, he had his clothes on, but anyway, it was very well done, and he did a thing standing on the cheerleaders and, do like that. Anyway, it's something I would never do, but I appreciate somebody who will do it. Then on October 30th, I attended the Assistance League of Long Beach Scholarship Committee meeting, and I'm secretary of that, so have to be there and pay attention and take notes. And then I also came to the historic Black College and University event, but I didn't tell anybody, but I was there. I saw Annette, and I was so impressed by the number of people who were there and the excitement of the students, and very, very well done. I missed hearing your speech, by the way. I came after that. Terrible. I'll be fired for that. Okay, I also, that evening, I went to Skip Kiesel's memorial, and Skip Kiesel is very involved in community. The memorial was 2.5 hours, and the best thing that happened is the last speaker was funny, and that's good to end, on a happy note, and not in the middle, and then you have to follow up on the guy. But he looked like a perfectly normal person, but he's been like president of UBS and Cheerson and all this, and, just talked about his life as one of Skip's friends. Anyway, on November 1st, I attended the AAUW meeting, which meets here on campus, and they had a program on veterans. Very well done. November 3rd, I'm on the Todd Cancer Institute board on the nominating committee, so we had a meeting for that. Then on November 4th, Lakewood Village Neighborhood Association board meeting. November 5th, Rotary Investment meeting. Then on the 6th, the Memorial Philanthropy Committee, and I'm the chair of that. And we do wonderful things, raising money for the hospital and awareness of what an asset Memorial Hospital is to our community. Then on the 7th, I attended the scholarship reception, and I want to echo what President Munoz said. It was so neat to see these very well-dressed, and what I mean, the grunge period is over now, and people dress nicely. And it was wonderful to see, but also the excitement of the students, because Paul Comiskey, the head of the foundation, said, if you have a question about scholarships, go talk to Dr. Baxter. So I spoke to a number of students whose donors were deceased, and one student didn't know, he thought the person's name was Memorial. I said, no, that means that they're no longer with us, they're up in heaven looking down. Anyway, then the last thing, the Memorial Hospital board meeting, and I'm on that board too, and that's all I have to say. So, had a wonderful month.
Excellent. That was not my alarm. And next we'll go to Dr. Morton for her report.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Since our last board meeting, I had the opportunity to attend several impactful events and conferences to represent LBCC in our community. I attended the Museum of Latin American Art, their Legacy in Motion Gala. It was a wonderful evening supporting the museum's expansion and its educational programs that create meaningful opportunities for the community. I also had the wonderful opportunity to attend the ACCT Leadership Conference in New Orleans. As Dr. Munoz mentioned earlier, this national gathering brought together more than 1,500 community colleges, trustees, presidents, and partner organizations to exchange ideas and strategies for advancing student success. Some of the key topics and takeaways that I came away with from the conference included workforce pathways, preparing colleges to adapt in today's rapidly evolving policy environment, and LBCC's own presentation on supporting student parents, which was an inspiring highlight of the conference. The HBCU Caravan was a wonderful experience. It was an energetic and uplifting event where students from across the region connected with representatives from historically Black colleges and universities to explore transfer pathways in higher educations, opportunities. Congratulations to VP Jones and everyone who participated on that. It was a wonderful experience, and it was just so amazing to see the students and how excited they were to be in community that day. I also attended the celebration of life for Skip Kiesel. He was one of Long Beach's most respected philanthropists and a steadfast community champion who will be missed dearly. I had the opportunity of attending the Native American Heritage Month kickoff and the LBC Scholarship Awards. I was pleased to offer welcome comments and remarks at the kickoff for the Native American Heritage Month. And later that week, I joined in celebrating our remarkable scholarship recipients for their dedication and achievements. I also like to pay respects to the veterans, to every veteran, including those close to my heart, which my dad and several relatives. Your dedication, strength, and sacrifice are an inspiration, and knowing the challenges that you faced make that day and our honoring you a reminder of the profound debt and gratitude that we owe. So thank you all for your service. And then in closing, I'd just like to say that after reflecting on all of this month's activities and of the past few months and the many events that brought our community together, I'm reminded of how vibrant and resilient and engaged our college district truly is. It's been an exciting and fulfilling first year as a trustee, and representing District 4 has been truly an honor. And I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve our students, faculty, staff, families, and community partners, and I look forward to building on our progress and continuing our important work together. That concludes my report.
Go to Trustee Zia.
Thank you. Dario, if you don't mind bringing up the pictures before starting the clock. Does anybody recognize anybody here in this picture? This is at our bistro, and I got an action shot of Dr. Douglas, who was there. With my colleagues, we went. I wanted to just make sure the community knows this is such a lovely experience, and everybody enjoyed it. These are my colleagues and my team members. And what you see behind you is the television, where you can see the interactive, what the students are doing. They're making baklavas. It was quintessential, and we were enjoying a 4-course meal, and I'll go into that in a bit. Next picture. I want to give a big shout out to Chef Haley Nguyen, who's been a superstar, and it's just a labor of love. And she's fair, firm, and kind and compassionate with the students, and I love watching her in action. That's her in the background. And meanwhile, we were having very gourmet ice cream. I'm not going to botch the appropriate parlance, so I'll track through that from the menu, and I want to give a shout out to the students who served us. Next slide. That's it. Yeah, there we go. Look at how much is on the menu. This is it's quite the type that is a predecessor for Michelin star. So, and a lot of our students end up in Michelin star type restaurants, is my understanding. So I want to give a shout out to Angie Parra, Devon Dove, Crystal Regoza, Zahira Garcia, Jay Rostan, Bemasel Brown, Daquan, who was our server, Baker, and Kylie Shavira, and of course, Chef Haley. Next picture. And last but not least, on November 6th, our very own Amy Rodriguez Lopez was a recipient of a scholarship for Women in Transportation. And this was handed out by the president of Southern California Association of Government, our very own Cindy Allen, Councilwoman Cindy Allen, who gave her the award. And then just, I think that was the last of the pictures, right, Dario? And then just one note, Trustee Baxter already traversed this terrain of attendance and support for the NAACP event in October. I had the great privilege of going there, supporting and purchasing a ticket, individual ticket to support, with, albeit, alas, on my very modest public servant salary. But it was hopefully made a difference. But it was such an honor to be there and see our very own Prince Prince Bass be there and do the invocation. It was lovely to see. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Malulu. Can you hear us?
Hello, everybody. Yes, I can. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you. My apologies that I could not be with you this evening. It was a very last minute and unexpected trip out of town. I have been watching the meeting and enjoying all of the reports and interaction. I'd like to just share that I was also in attendance on Thursday, October 16th at the Filipino American Heritage Month kickoff. It was a wonderful event. I was very happy to see a lot of my trustee area represented from West Long Beach, from not only the nonprofits that were there, the community members that attended, the food that was served, but also the students that were in attendance who were very proud to rep the West Side. On Monday, October 20th, I got to spend some time at City Hall. I'd like to thank our city attorney, our city prosecutor, Doug Halbert, who invited me to an event which hosted Cabrillo High School students. Cabrillo High School is in my trustee area, and these students are there from a government class on campus. And I'm really grateful for the staff in Doug Halbert's office for the way they interacted and helped the students plan a great event. It was a full day event. I was there in the morning and got to share with them a little bit of my story and talk to them about the importance of education and share with them the opportunities they have with Long Beach City College. Later that afternoon, I successfully defended my proposal, well underway for my dissertation work, and I also passed my oral comps. And if Dario could display a photo there of the laptop and the iPad, you'll never guess where I was, where I had to defend my proposal. I'm probably the only person in the history of ever. I defended in a restroom at an airline sky lounge at LAX because I was waiting for my flight to go to New Orleans for the ACCT conference. And my LSC committee, we all have very busy schedules. So I just want to show our students that it doesn't matter what life throws at you, you can do it. If I can defend a dissertation proposal from actually, I'm going to be honest with you, that was a shower stall at the Delta Sky Club. And so just, you can do it. You can do it. I was also at the ACCT conference that week. Shout out to Dr. Munoz, Trustee Untuck, Lori Barr for an outstanding presentation on student single parents. It was an incredible opportunity to have the district present on that very timely topic. On October 28th, I was at the President's Circle event. And then on the 29th, I attended the Port of Long Beach. I did send Dario a photo. It's okay, Dario, if you can't send it. I sent it too late, but I had the opportunity to serve as a table hostess for the Port of Long Beach Women in Trade event. And I sent the photo, I believe it was too late. On October 30th, I was also at the Halloween event on campus, and I got to take a picture with the two witches there, two lovely witches that you see. And that evening, I attended the Skip Kiesel Memorial, and I also want to echo my colleagues' sentiments that Skip was just a wonderful human being, and I'm very fortunate to have met him and have been a benefactor of his kindness. On November 4th, I was at the Native American kickoff event, and I wanted to share a picture of the delicious fried bread tacos that were served that day. So for those of you that have not attended some of our campus cultural events, you are missing out. If anything, the food that is served at these events, rich in culture. And then that evening, I attended the public art tour. I only planned on staying for maybe 2 of the safety boxes. I ended up staying for all of the safety boxes. I stayed for the entire duration of the 2-hour tour. That's how great the tour was. I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Janae Hunt, Carla, everyone in the department for organizing such a great event. It was well done. Dr. Douglas and I were joking that we never win anything, and we entered this raffle that we got for being at all the boxes, and we both won. And I was very happy to share my prize with a student that evening, a bunch of goodies in a bag, and thank you to Camille Bolton for sharing those photos with me. I don't know, Dario, if there's any other picture. I can't remember. I think I sent you 6 photos, but if there's another one, if you want to put it up, I can't see on the screen there. But thank you, everyone, and happy Veterans Day. Thank you for your service, for everyone who serves. And as we get close to the end of the semester, finish strong. You know, do what you got to do to get your assignments in, study for your tests, and finish strong. Yep. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Trustee Malulu. There was a picture with you and a student holding a Long Beach City College Foundation bag.
Oh, yes, that I shared my prize that evening, the public art walk, and that was such a great event. That public art walk was just an outstanding. It was so well organized. There were refreshments at every box. Students and staff spoke about the art that went into it. It was just a great event. Really happy to have been a part of it and stayed the whole 2 hours. Didn't plan on it, but I did.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Oh, and sorry, I was at homecoming too. I forgot to mention that. I love how homecoming included the other sports and the water polo. That was a great event too. So we're doing such a good job of incorporating all of the other clubs and sports on campus. Good job.
Thank you, Trustee Malulu. That concludes the Board of Trustee reports. We're going to move on to 7.2. This is an update on Senate Bill 707. Going to ask Board Counsel Ewing to come up. But this is a new substantial change to the Brown Act that was adopted in Sacramento. It goes into effect January 1st, 2026. Board Counsel Ewing.
Thank you, President Intuk, members of the board. In early October, Governor Newsom signed into law SB 707, which is an update on the Brown Act. This is a policy change. Policy changes began to take effect regarding the Brown Act, which frankly hadn't been updated for some time post-COVID. So when COVID happened, things started happening with the Brown Act, and that's because people were not attending meetings in person, so on and so forth. So in about 2022, there were revisions made to the Brown Act that provided for remote participation. For example, you may know if an elected official or an appointed official had an emergency or had a contagious disease or was caring for a loved one, they could let the body know that they would be participating remotely for that meeting. And that was a change from the remote participation rules under the Brown Act, which said that elected or appointed official would have to post where they are, their address and location and so forth. And so that was a change. And as we move forward in time, the changes to the Brown Act continue to evolve. So what we have now with the recently adopted changes to the Brown Act, they pertain to specific types of institutions or organizations that have a particular criteria in terms of budget and persons that are members or part of that larger organization. The Long Beach Community College District does not meet the criteria. However, I will highlight a couple of the criteria and then leading into agenda item 7.3, strongly encourage the board to engage in some Brown Act training in light of that it changes to the policy. So some of the changes that I'll highlight that don't pertain to Long Beach City College are the bilingual or the multilingual engagement requirement that is now applies to certain organizations, where the policy decision ultimately is to get those organizations to provide their meetings in multiple languages. And that doesn't apply specifically to Long Beach City College, but from a policy perspective, that's the idea that was advanced and ultimately adopted in Sacramento. One of the other requirements that doesn't apply to Long Beach City College is the two-way teleconferencing requirement. So that's the ability to allow someone to participate remotely and to be able to speak and provide public comment remotely to the board or the council, whatever the name of the body is, whether it's elected or appointed officials. And then the one of the other changes or policy changes to that doesn't apply to Long Beach City Colleges. It's how how Long Beach City College engages the public and what it does if there's, for example, a technology breakdown. And what do you do in that moment? So the prior revision back in 2022 said, you've got to stop the meeting and, you can't go forward. Well, that's since been changed and that's been relaxed a bit. And so what you do is you try to get things up to speed. And if you can't, then you go on with the public meeting that you've duly noticed. Another one of the policy changes that applies again to organizations that meet the criteria is the remote participation that's consistent with ADA. So if you have a disability and you qualify for under ADA, you're not required to perhaps roll here to the public meeting or say you're visually impaired or you're cognitively impaired and you can't participate in the meeting, participate at the meeting in person. You're allowed to participate remotely. And not that I'm aware of personally, but I don't see anybody with my eyeballs in any wheelchairs, but you may have an elected or an appointed official who is in a wheelchair or has some sort of invisible disability. And so there, again, this policy decision was enacted to take that into account. Now, there are some provisions that do apply to Long Beach City College, and I would recommend that the City College engage in an implementation process over the next several months, going out to maybe July 2026. And I'll touch upon those at this time. Specifically, the new board members. So if there's a new board member that's coming on board, this is something that's already done, but they're to be provided with the text of the Brown Act. It's again just to give them familiarity with the statute that applies to their meetings and their actions. And again, this is something that Long Beach City College already does as part of the onboarding process, but this is part of the requirement. The flexibility that was provided in the statute that was amended in 2022 regarding remote participation, it was going to sunset in 2026. It is now sunsetting now in 2030. So it's been extended about 5 years. And then the statute, and the change of the statute, this will have of course to be tested because it's a new statute. But what it says now is the statute authorizes the removal of persons who are disrupting a meeting. So as I said, it doesn't say who's to do the removing, but and again it will be, but it's something that's in the statute, and that has been tested over many years. Sometimes it applies to persons who are not addressing the body on matters that are not within the subject matter jurisdiction of that body, or they're not on the agenda, or they're just being disruptive altogether. Maybe someone's, coming towards the elected or appointed officials on the die, or they're not following direction, or they're being loud, or they're exceeding their time limit. The government code already addresses this. Typically, what I advise bodies to do in these circumstances is to temporarily adjourn the meeting and deal with that particular issue at the time. And if it persists, then that person can be removed. And some bodies that I've advised over the years, sometimes they end the meeting at that point. They adjourn the meeting to another date because of the disruption during the meeting. But if you have participated, or if you've watched or attended certain public organization meetings in LA County, for example, the City of LA, they can be quite, or City of LA Police Commission meetings, for example, they can be quite, there's a lot of activity going on, a lot of disruptions, and we don't have as much of that here, but the policy change wanted to address and give the body authority to address disruptive members who are speaking to that body at the time of the meeting. And then going forward, again, I would encourage the board to engage in Brown Act training regarding these changes on a timeline to have them completed on or about July 2026. And that concludes my update on this new law, which went into effect on October 3rd of this year.
Great, thank you so much. There's an opportunity for the board members to ask questions and have discussion. We'll start with Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Vince. I wanted to see if it's possible to provide the seminal changes, perhaps both to the board and then also for the members of the public, just so we can see those substantive details that you articulated. I'm not going to remember everything you said, and I don't want to keep going back to the video. Might that be possible to?
Yes,
provide?
absolutely.
Okay, great. It's already been enacted?
Yes.
The update as of October 3rd. So and it goes into, it's the sunset period for, that you mentioned. Can you repeat that part?
AB 2449, that was the one that had some changes that occurred around 22, and that sunsets now 2030.
Okay, and remind me what that was again, the AB,
Sure.
I don't remember the Assembly Bill
No problem.
substance.
So prior to that law, or that change to the Brown Act, I'll give you a specific example. Board members were allowed to participate remotely 3 times a year. You didn't have to require an emergency or whatever. You could be, traveling somewhere, and you were required to post your location. You were required to notify whoever you're giving notice to. That would be board secretary or the board chair or the board or superintendent president Munoz, that you were attending the meeting remotely, say from a hotel room 769 in Washington, D.C. And the idea behind that was to, I'm not aware that it's ever happened, but was to let the public know where you are. I'm not aware that a member of the public has ever gone knocking on some door going, hey, I want to be in the meeting too, at that date, at that location and that time of the meeting. But that was the original requirement. Then COVID happened, and the legislature changed the law. They said, we're going to keep this one that requires you to post your location, say whether you're in the room with an adult, and you can attend the meeting remotely, and you can do it 3 times a year. We're going to keep that one, but we're also going to add another one, which is if you have an emergency, if you're caring for a loved one, or you have a contagious disease, you can then attend that meeting remotely in light of the pandemic circumstances, and you don't have to post your location, and you're to give notice to the board chair or the president and superintendent, who's the secretary of this board ultimately, that you, within 24 hours of the meeting, The board then makes a finding just before the meeting that it's okay for, trustee Z or council member Y to attend remotely based on these circumstances, and they let us know that they have an emergency situation. You don't have to be specific about what it is, whether you have a contagious disease or whatever. You just say, I've got an emergency, I can't be at the board meeting, I'm giving you 24-hour notice, and please provide the Zoom information or the Teams information so I can log in.
Okay, so this item says Senate Bill 707.
Yeah.
It's not, so the Senate bill has been passed. Did I understand you correctly?
You did.
Okay, so the Brown Act has been amended? Is
Yes,
that an accurate
a couple times,
characterization?
yes. On October 3rd of this year, Governor Newsom signed into law SB 707. SB 707 references the prior changes to the Brown Act, which that law was AB 2449.
And who characterizes the disruption? Like, would we as a governing board member have to vote if there's a disruption, or what is considered or construed as a disruption to the board?
That's a very good question. Typically, you would have the chair of the body. So it would be the chair, the board president, or if it's a council, the mayor, who's the chair of the body, or if it's a board of supervisors, whoever chairs those meetings. So that's the person who makes the determination whether or not a disruption is actually happening or not. And oftentimes they may adjourn the meeting, have a conversation with a person such as myself, and say, is this meeting the criteria, yay or nay? What should we be looking at? This, and this. Agenda item or subject matter jurisdiction of the body, yes or no? Are they speaking on an agenda item, yes or no? Have they exceeded the time limit, yes or no? What are they doing? And then you take into account those factors, which I'm giving you a hypothetical, but they could be, they're myriad. We just never know until the situation presents itself, and then ultimately that determination would be made by the chair of the body. The chair of the body.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Malulu? I couldn't see if you raised your hand or not. All right. I do want to thank you for bringing this up. We were provided handouts. If you didn't get it, that should have been in your in front of you. That had details on SB 707. Okay. There was a number of handouts here for board members, but which created by Board Counsel Ewing and answers the earlier question about details in writing. But also, I heard the recommendation about looking at what things that we do need to adopt, and maybe this new policy committee, Dr. Munoz, might be the right venue to evaluate in the new year what new protocols, or maybe, this is also maybe a good time to re-adopt our board rules, since I think we adopted them before Dr. Morton was on the board, and so that way we can maybe refresh and make sure we're aligned as much as possible. There may be some things that we can do that are not required but would enhance public participation. Okay, we got copies passed out now. All right, thank you, Board Counsel Ewing. Trustee Malulu, I didn't hear anything from you, so we're gonna move on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. But I guess
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. That was a good report. Thank you.
Awesome. Next, we're going to 7.3. This is a review of trustee training. This is an informational item. There's also another handout given. Hopefully, everybody got a copy. I don't know where they all went, Dr. Munoz. Okay. Well, and Dr. Volkenberg, I don't know if she got a copy. She's named on here. But, okay, so this is, we had a review of all of our required training. We did have a discussion of this back in January of this year about forward-looking, about training that's required to be done. We did go through and do a review of the Keenan program. There was a new bill by Assembly Member Fong on ethics training that's required by now by the board. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages here. But as a kind of top line item, we have Brown Act required training. Ethics for school boards per AB 2158 applies to us, even though we're not a school board. Cybersecurity awareness, Title IX regulations and roles overview, diversity, equity, and inclusion considerations in the hiring process, and the CCLC Excellence and Trustee Training Program. This is an opportunity for us to discuss and maybe even give updates of our training for the year. The floor is open to the board or Dr. Munoz, if you want to say anything as well.
I would just add, the intent was to kind of create a proposed training schedule for the board. So if you look at page 3 on the memorandum, you'll see a proposed training schedule. We try to be thoughtful that, we don't want to put all of these trainings in 1 month for you, where all of a sudden you feel like you have like 10 or 12 hours of training in 1 month. So there was some thoughtfulness, thinking about where they're distributed in terms of a completion date. And so just keep in mind, some of these trainings are advised and some would be considered required. And so, so for example, like the biennial ethics training is something that, would be required. Some of the other trainings like our cybersecurity awareness, et cetera, would be, strongly recommended. It's really going to be kind of like, I don't want to say the honor system, but it is kind of designed in that way where you all are trustees and professionals, and so we provide you with the information, and it's good to engage in these trainings so that when our accreditors ever visit us, and they say, show us how you're meeting the standards, we can pull some of this evidence together. But the idea here is you'll see a training schedule in front of you. Part of the other piece that we've talked about is thinking about where some of these elements could be potentially pulled into some of our other activities that we have the board engage in. So for example, as you know, every January, we have our legislative agenda setting that happens with the board. We typically do that meeting at TTC. That could be just a standing every January where we have board council provide any updates to the Brown Act. So there's things that we can do because we know that that's something that we do every year in January. And it seems like some of the new laws and some of the new elements of laws tend to get implemented on January 1st. So that timing of the January board meeting sits nicely with that. We also have your board retreat. And as you know, through different cycles, we've worked through many of the issues that the board was working on previously. And so there is some bandwidth in our retreat schedules to think about maybe embedding some of those trainings within the board retreat structure. So again, not forcing you to an online platform, but do some of those elements through board retreat. So again, just keeping in mind that these are some proposed trainings. You also see in the appendices that there's some online available trainings. So these things don't all have to be done in person. They can be self-paced, especially around board governance with CCLC, the newly implemented ACCT trustee of excellence program that's available for you all to participate. Again, that is self-paced as well. And so there's multiple ways that you can meet some of these domains, whether it's, like I said, something that we developed in structure for you or through a self-paced program.
Great, we'll go to the trustees. Go to Trustee Zia.
I love that we're crystallizing this and sunshining it for our heightened awareness. I've already completed, I've lost count how many times I've done Brown Act, but it's always good to have a refresher. So I welcome that training, especially with the new updates that Vince just went over, Council Ewing just articulated. And I also already finished my ethics for school boards. But the other touch points, I know they're not compulsory, but it's really important. I welcome it. Cybersecurity is a clear and present danger with the malware attacks. So I'm all for that. And then I've already completed my CCLC Excellence in Trusteeship program, and I'm obtained my certification. But these are really good, substantive and important trainings that I want to commend the team who had the foresight to bring this to our attention and to raise our awareness. And I like that. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Trustee Zia. I appreciate the recognition because it was my idea. But this is, also this is a great thing that we are also required to do for accreditation. And so as we're going through our different trainings, it does generate usually a digital certificate that you can send to Michelle to keep track of. That also enhances transparency. One item that I'll share, Dr. Munoz and I have recently been talking about is doing an annual report of the board of what did we get done as far as listing of policies or issues that happened in the previous legislative year, or even putting our legislative agenda into a single document. It would be nice to have an appendix in there that shows all of our training status, when's the last time someone did, like I just did the renewal and trustee excellence training, to be able to show for the public and have a record when accreditation time comes that, hey, here's our annual report from 2026 that says what we did and what we, and who did what. Because we are professional. It is up to us. We do govern ourselves and hold ourselves as a board accountable. And you can do this through ACCT trainings, CCLC state trainings. You can do any other training. I know there's like the Basic Needs Summit counts as those type of workshops. So if there's an area that you're particularly interested individually or policy-wise, you can go do some additional training. I know when I joined the board, I took a community college course at Cal State Dominguez Hills. It was, 8 weeks, but it was a series of modules, the history of community college, and I gave you a big fat textbook, but it's a good way to be able to keep yourself abreast of changes and being aware of the history of what we're doing in our different areas. Any other comments? Trustee Malulu, anything from where you are?
No, but I would like to echo what Trustee Zia said, that I'm grateful for your leadership, Trustee Untuck, in putting this agenda item forward. I've also participated in a lot of trustee training over the years, and just 2 weeks ago at ACCT, I attended several workshops on effective trustee leadership. Even though technically I don't have to and I'm on the board, I am of the belief that there's always room for improvement, and that none of us are perfect, and we are always learning and growing. So the more professional development that we get, the better we could be at our craft, the better we could serve others and work better together. So thank you for this, and thank you to my colleagues on the board who feel the same way and who go out of their way to take these classes and attend these meetings. And sometimes LA County offers training online, the LA County Office of Education. And, excuse me, sorry, I don't know if it's bad Wi-Fi or what's happening with the sound, but just really grateful to have these opportunities. Sometimes it takes a little bit of sacrifice and a little bit of time on our part to do it, but it makes us better at what we do and to better serve the public.
Great, thank you. And I did get an email yesterday from Keenan of all the online trainings. I don't know if everybody else got that email as well. The cybersecurity, the DEI, Title IX. It looks like May of 2026 is the next deadline. Dr. Munoz or Board Counsel Ewing, do we have any that are due before December 31st that we need to think about?
I don't know right now.
Yeah, okay. All right. Oh, sorry, we couldn't hear you. If you want to come to the podium to share that response, Dr. Volkenberg. We can't comply if nobody tells us that we need to comply by the deadline.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. The ethics for school boards is needing to be completed before the end of December. So the way it is written in the legislation, you have to do it every other year, and we need to have it completed in advance of January 1st, 2026. Thank you.
And that there's multiple versions. There's a state version and a local government version. It's the local government version.
We recommend, yeah, no, I appreciate that question. We recommend the Keenan version that we have available for you within the system. I know Michelle had tried some of the different versions and found that one to be the most comfortable to go through. So it does meet the legal requirements, and it's available to you through our system.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that. Great. All right, if there's no objections, we'll include it in our annual report, and if everybody can send in what you've done for the year to Michelle, and then make sure we get that ethics training completed before December if you haven't done it already. All right, that concludes that agenda item. Let's go to 7.4, revised board meeting schedule. So we have a revision to our September board meeting next year in 2026 due to the budget adoption deadline of September 15th. This is an action item that recommends the Board of Trustees approve a revised 2026 board meeting schedule as submitted. I'll need a motion and a second to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Morton, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion on this changed calendar? Seeing and hearing none,
I'm sorry, Trustee Untuck. I don't know if you could see me raising my virtual hand, but I'm just curious as to the reason why we're changing the schedule.
Sure, Dr. Munoz can respond.
Yes, as you know, there is a budget adoption requirement by the state for a deadline of September 15th. And so when this initial schedule date was put forward, there was an oversight with the September date. That board meeting that was originally scheduled was scheduled after the 15th deadline, and so we have to move it up to September 9th in order to be compliant with the law.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm aware of that. I just wasn't sure if there was another reason, but thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Trustee Malula. And since we have a remote participation today, we'll have to do roll call vote. And Board Secretary Reese, you want to start the roll call vote?
Student Trustee Leotawa.
Yay.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Yes.
All right, the new calendar is adopted. Moving to item 7.5, this is a resolution on board member absence. California Education Code 72024D provides that a member may be paid for any meeting when in absence if the board, by resolution duly adopted and included in its minutes, finds that at the time of the meeting, he or she is performing service outside of the meeting for the community college district, or he or she was ill or on jury duty, or the absence was due to a hardship deemed acceptable by the board, the compensation shall be charged against the funds of the district. This is a request by Student Trustee Leotawa due to a family medical emergency. There's an attached resolution. And this is an action item we'll need a motion in a second on.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Baxter, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on the item? No discussion. I would advise that Trustee Leotawa abstain since the item has to do with her, but we'll now take a roll call vote.
Sure. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Yay.
All right, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted and compensation will be made. Moving now to 7.6, this is a new board. My mic went out. This is new 7.6 new board policy, chapter 3. This is a second reading on policy 3810. This has to do with claims against the district. There's associated administrative policy there for informational purposes, but this is a second reading and an action I will need. And the recommendation is the Board of Trustees approve and adopt the revised board policies, chapter 3, general institution regarding board policy 3810. I'll need a motion and a second to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Morton, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion on the update to claims against the district? Seeing here none, we'll take a roll call vote. Board Secretary Reese.
Student Trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
All right, the ayes have it and the board policy is adopted. Moving to section 8, consent agenda. This is where we vote on a series of items in all one big vote. This is 8.1 is to approve the consent agenda, but this is also opportunity for anyone to pull any items from the consent agenda. Does anybody have any items to pull from the consent agenda tonight? Seeing here none, we'll go to 8.1, approval of the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda may be acted upon by one motion to approve. As recommended, the board approve and the consent agenda as submitted. I'll need a motion and a second to advance.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Dr. Morton, second by Dr. Baxter. Any discussion on the consent agenda? I will note for the public, this includes minutes, contracts. There is a disclosure of our upcoming RFPs that folks are able or eligible to, or may be eligible to apply, along with our academic and classified personnel changes. No other discussion. Let's take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
Student trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
All right, the ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted. Moving now to Human Resources, item 9.1. This is appointment to the Personnel Commission by LBCC-AFT. Their recommendations, board trustees designate Jeffrey Kellogg as LBCC AFT Local 6018 appointee to the District Personnel Commission for a 3-year term effective noon Monday, December 1st, 2025, ending noon Friday, December 1st, 2028 for a 3-year term. This is an action item. We'll need a motion in a second.
So move. Second.
Motion by Dr. Baxter, seconded by Dr. Morton. Any discussion on the item? I would like to note that I am not in favor of this item. I did have a consultation with the AFT Executive Board and request a reconsideration of this. I do take umbrage with the disclosure Mr. Kellogg has hundreds of thousands of dollars in income, but still uses Long Beach City College to provide him and his family health care, which I am opposed to in that situation. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
Student trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Nay.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the appointment is adopted. Moving to Section 10, Academic Senate. 10.1 is new modified inactive courses and distance learning addendum. There's a list here. Oop, did I miss? No, we don't want to vote on that. All right, let me go back to 9.2 because I moved the page too quickly. Tentative agreement with LBCC CHI contract. This is an action item, and I'll read through it here. The district and certified hourly instructors engaged in negotiations for 2025 and reached a tentative agreement attached October 24th, 2025. This agreement concludes the LBCCD CHI negotiations for calendar year 2025. Attached is a copy of the agenda. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the tentative agenda dated October 24th, 2025, reached between the district and certified hourly instructors CHI as submitted. I'll need a motion and an action to
So
advance.
move. Second.
Motion by Dr. Baxter, second by Dr. Morton. Any discussion on the item? And just, Dr. Williams, we did hear that the membership didn't agree to this tentative agreement. Was it 90%? 97.1? All right, that's pretty high. All right, any other discussion on the item? Seeing here none, let's take a voice vote. Sorry, not a voice vote, roll call vote. Secretary Reese.
Student trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Yeah. Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Yay.
All right, and the tentative agreement is adopted and the contract is ratified. Moving to 9.3, this is exempt classified positions. This is something that has to be done on an annual basis. Pursuant to California Education Code Section 88091, the following listings of classified positions are exempt under the merit system within California. Upon approval by the majority of the board, the district annually preserves a right to designate any position within the district as exempt, falling within any of the categories listed. The executive secretary position reporting to the superintendent president. the Chief Business Administrator, the Chief Fiscal Administrator, the Chief Fiscal Facilities Administrator, the Chief Information Technology Officer, the Associate Vice President, Administrative and Business Services, and any classified administrator reporting directly to the Superintendent President. It's recommended the Board of Trustees adopt these classified positions as submitted. I'll need a motion and a second to advance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Morton, second by Trustee Lagatawa. Any other discussion on the item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
Student trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the classified positions are adopted as exempt. Moving to 10.1, this is new modified and inactive courses of distance learning. This is an action item. There is a long list of new courses and modified courses, such as Principles of Medical Imaging, Radiology, Conversational Japanese, a lot of modifications to our economics courses, introductions to astrology, even the honors one. And there's two inactive courses. Looks like tennis for women and reading development. This is an action item. I'll need a motion and a second to.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Zia, second by Trustee Leotawa. Any discussion on the Academic Senate item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
Student trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the courses are adopted, modified and inactivated. All right, moving to 10.2, this is also a new modified and active programs of study, not courses, but programs of study. This is from the Academic Senate. There's a listing of the programs, nine actions, 5 new programs, 4 modified programs, and 0 inactive programs that range from nutritional and fitness education to addiction treatment counseling, associated science, addiction treatment, and athletic coaching certificate. This is an action item. We'll need a motion and a second to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Leotawa, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
Student trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Vivian Malauulu. Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, it is adopted. Section 11, Academic Affairs. Looks like we don't
Did
have
you
it.
guys hear?
Oh, we did not hear you,
Did you guys-
Trustee. No,
I said aye several times. Could you guys hear me?
no, it was either muted or a bad internet connection.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying aye.
Okay, we will put that
If,
in the record.
next time what I'll do is I'll put it in the chat in case you can't hear me, and then Dario will let you know. It might be the Wi-Fi.
Okay, we'll recognize your vote and add it to the tally. Thank you so much. Section 11, Academic Affairs, no items. 12, Administrative Business Services, we do have several items. 12.1 is a 2025-2026 first quarter budget performance report. This is to keep the board and the community college informed about the status of the budget. The 2025-26 first quarter budget performance report was prepared. The attached report was reviewed by the Budget Advisory Committee on November 3rd, 2025, and covers the unrestricted general funds and financial activity covering July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2025. There's an attachment there, and it looks like this is an information item, Secretary Reese, right? No actions required, but there's an executive summary and an overall quarterly performance. Vice President Jones, anything you want to add to this item? Noteworthy? No? All right. Moving on, 12.2, that 12.1 needed no vote, no action required. 12.2, this is an action item. The 2025-2026 CCFS 311Q Q1 first quarterly financial status report needs to be adopted. This is a Title V, Section 58310, required by California Community College Districts to report quarterly of their financial condition. The attached CCFS 311Q satisfies this requirement and reflects revenues and expenditures through September 30th, 2025, as well as activity covering July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2025. And this will go to the Chancellor's Office. It's recommended to adopt. I'll need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dr. Baxter, seconded by Trustee Luetawa. Any discussion on the quarterly report to the Chancellor's Office? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
Student Trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
The ayes have it, and the report is adopted and ready to send to Sacramento. Moving to 12.3, this is new or revised board policies, Chapter 3, General Institutional Board Policy 3710. This is a first reading informational item that we do not need to vote on, but this is about securing copyrights for the college and for academic and licensing related to the library and other copyrighted materials. So attached is the first reading that's already gone through review, shared governor's review, and then we have the attached administrative policy. Any discussion on the securing a copyright policy? Seeing here none, we'll move forward. No vote is required. It's a first reading. 12.4 is new or revised board policies, Chapter 6, Business and Fiscal Services, Board Policy 6100, 6330, and 6600. These three are for first readings. These are also adjoining administrative policies. This is for delegation of authority to business and fiscal affairs, purchasing, and capital construction. Any questions, discussion on these proposed policies? Seeing here none, we'll move on. No vote is required. This is an informational item. All right, 13, student services. We do have a student equity plan that is added this month. This is the Long Beach City College has made equity a guiding priority across academic, campus life, and workforce development, as reflected in our mission statement and demonstrated by our measurable progress over the past 3 years, including notable increases in students' sense of mattering, enrolling exceeding strategic plan goals, persistence, and improved course success rate. Despite these gains, equity gaps persist across several metrics. The 2025-2028 Student Equity Plan outlines focused strategies to continue our positive momentum and address these disparities, with an intentional commitment to first-generation students, Black African-American students, and male students, groups experiencing disproportionately impact across key success metrics. Through this plan, LBCC aims to foster a more inclusive, supportive, and student-centered environment for all students while closing persistent equity gaps. There is an attached report. It's recommended the board adopt the student equity plan for the next 3 years. I'll need a motion in a second to advance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Leotawa, second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on the student equity plan? Student Leotawa, Trustee Leotawa.
So on LBCC's equity plan, on pages 30 and 31, it states, at Long Beach City College, we are committed to closing equity gaps by ensuring that disproportionately impacted student populations receive timely and culturally responsive academic planning, and that we are leveraging AA NHPI Student Achievement Program funds to provide dedicated counseling services that include CEP development within the first year. I agree that that is important and very necessary. However, in the same plan, it also states on page 31, third paragraph, LBCC will work closely with learning communities such as Pride Scholars and MANA to facilitate direct access to counseling and CEP services for LGBTQ+ and Asian American students. The statement specifically names Asian American students but excludes Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students. Though the AA NHPI acronym was mentioned, I believe that this absence matters. It reinforces a pattern where Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders are assumed to be included, but in practice, our communities are overlooked. The least we can do is name them, the least we can do is learn them, the least we can do is see Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders fully. And as a Pacifica student and member of the board, though a student, I carry the weight and responsibility that come with visibility. I know that having this platform and privilege means I don't get to sit this one out, and I refuse to be the face of my community, while my community is kept in shadows and are erased behind me. If LBCC is committed to truly closing equity gaps, the plan must explicitly include the NHPI community in its language, programs, and accountability measures. Our students face distinct challenges and have distinct cultural strengths. We cannot address equity by grouping everyone together under one label. No more blanket terms, no more borrowed culture. If you're gonna say AANHPI, let's mean it and show it. Asian, American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders are all not the same, and our policies and equity actions should make that clear. And I also do have a question, if anyone can answer. So why does the student equity plan only state Asian American students and not Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders? And with this, will LBCC revise the language to clearly name and include Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders if we're talking about leveraging the AANHPI Student Achievement Program's strategic plan funds?
Or one of the VPs?
I'm going to defer to Vice President Corral since this is in his area, and then I know we have our Director of Student Equity here that can also provide questions, and then we have our Associate Vice President. I don't know if part of it has to do with data and the classifications by ethnic groups by the Chancellor's Office, because we're responding directly, the Student Equity Plan is responding directly to some of these pre-determined groups, but I'll let them weigh in and explain.
Yeah, and similarly, there are specific criteria that the Chancellor's Office asks us to report on, and based on that criteria, we pull data. So we have our Office of Institutional Effectiveness, and I see our Associate Vice President of IE here, and can share a little bit more about the methodology. So that's one piece. The second piece was also looking at within the data and disaggregating the data, being able to identify those areas that have disproportionate impact, and based on that disproportionate impact, then have those groups highlighted that we would need to address according to the Chancellor's Office. But I'll let our AVP Van Valkenburg kind of chime in on the methodology piece and that criteria.
Thank you. Good evening again, trustees. I really appreciate your questions. I was just conferring with Dr. Becerra, and we agree that the language should be consistent throughout the report. So we appreciate you elevating that, and we will make those adjustments accordingly. Dr. Corral, I think, illuminated it fairly well. Again, we're kind of constrained in how we can put the information in the equity plan, the student groups that we're looking at, how that is structured through the Chancellor's Office. So that does come into play here. But I think you elevate some really important issues in relation to how we talk locally in support of our students and how we look at data locally. And so we can definitely make adjustments as we move forward with our thinking and our discussions. Our strategic plan is being re-vetted in this year, and so we can also make sure we take your thoughts into consideration around our student groups and looking at that as well.
So with that, will we be able to revise the language for this equity plan, or will that be for future equity plans?
Yeah, we're gonna do it for this one.
Okay, awesome. And then I did have another question as well. On page 31, the fourth paragraph, it states to strengthen trust and cultural relevance, we aim to secure counselors who self-identify with the communities they serve, ensuring students feel seen and supported. So how will the Equity Department and LBCC actively build and sustain a true sense of belonging for Pacifica, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander students when representation among staff and faculty has decreased? Prior, we used to have two full-time NHPI identifying staff members, one Amana counselor and one Amana program coordinator, to now only having one adjunct NHPI identifying counselor with 10 dedicated hours per week to the Amana program. Because the loss of those previous staff and faculty is still being felt within the Pacifica community here on campus, and it has created a noticeable gap in visibility, mentorship, and culturally grounded support for Pacifica students. So what steps is the institution taking to restore and strengthening an HPI representation among faculty and staff to better serve our community?
Thank you for, Board President, is it okay to? Thank you. Thank you for that, Student Trustee Leatawa. We, just as a point of clarification, we haven't necessarily had a full-time counselor that has been Pacifica identifying. We have had part-time counselors, which I know we had recently the last few years. We're always looking for diverse pools, especially working with our student groups that are in our learning communities or other areas throughout campus. So we continue to look for diverse pools when we do go out into our adjunct pools, and we'll continue to use that lens in supporting our students in our specific groups. We do have staff that offer that mentorship and are supporting our learning communities like Mana. But it'll be something that we continuously look at, and I'm happy to continue to connect with you and find ways to support our students.
Thank you.
I also like to add that you and I have had our own conversations about what it would look like to provide better support for our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander community. And so I know that I have been working with Dr. Corral, along with the faculty, just went through their faculty hiring priorities. So hopefully there's opportunity to look at maybe a potential counselor coordinator that will focus on supporting that community. Now, as you know, we can't exclusively say we will hire someone from the community because that's outside kind of our process. But to Dr. Corral's point, we can actively try to recruit culturally competent and responsive faculty with experience in supporting Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students. Should we be successful in securing that position?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Trustee Leatawa, I would just like to say thank you for bringing that forward. And since I think you're the maker of the motion, if you want to take a friendly amendment, you can actually amend the document to make it inclusive and consistent as you're requesting. Would you like to do that? Okay, Secretary Reese will amend the motion to adopt, including.
I have to agree because I second it.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I just
But
had a question before.
Wait till your turn. You'll be recognized just like everyone else. So if we can, if you're open to making that amendment, Secretary Reese can recognize it, and we will get the second of the motion to agree. Are you agreeable to that, Trustee Zia?
I just wanted to
Excuse me, Trustee Zia, just a point of order.
get a clarification because if the motion or the amended motion is to add Native American and then also the Pacific Islander, is that an accurate?
Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander.
Native Hawaii. I'd like to also add Jewish American, Iranian American, and Arab American students to also be part of that, if you're agreeable to that, because they're not listed in this equity plan.
Let Student Trustee Leatawa respond first. This is
Can
a
you
point of
repeat your
information.
question, Trustee Zia?
I'd like to ask if you'd be agreeable to expand it to also include Jewish American, Iranian American, and Arab American students to be included in the equity plan.
So for that as well, like for example, for the MANA program specifically, it's APID, which is Asian Pacific Islander and DESI. I mean, if we're talking about including different communities, then I'm open to it.
Are you open to it, or are you going to reform your amendment to your motion to include them? Because we need to know what we're going to be voting on. And I need to understand better so I can second it.
All right, point of order before we have any more debate. There was one friendly amendment or suggested amendment that I think the maker was agreeable to, the seconder was not agreeable. You're not agreeable to the first? And Secretary Reese, do I have the motion and the second correct? Right? Okay. Just to clarify, Trustee Zia, agreeable to the first friendly amendment?
I'm agreeable provided we add those student groups as well, Jewish American, Iranian American, and Arab American.
So it sounds like you're not agreeable to the standalone motion. We can make another motion for that, but at this time, the main motion still stands. So this is Robert's Rules of Order. The main motion, there's already a motion on the floor. There was a friendly, the maker and the second have to agree. They did not. So we're back to the main motion that we can vote on, or someone can make a motion for a substitute motion to change the main motion, which is on the paper, just adopt the plan as is.
I'll make a substitute motion to add our student trustees amendment and also include Jewish American, Iranian American, and Arab American students.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Not seeing a second to the motion, that substitute motion fails for a second. Dr. Munoz had his hand up to talk.
So I appreciate the robust discussion, but I want to kind of keep the trustees within the parameters of what we're actually discussing today. The Student Equity Plan is a plan that is outlined by the Chancellor's Office with specific definitions for different groups that we measure disproportionate impact. What Trustee Leatawa is referring to is that at one point of the application, we talk about Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, and then that language is not consistent throughout the report. And from my point of view, this does not require a formal amendment for us to make that modification because it's not substantive. It's just being consistent throughout the document. We started off on one paragraph referencing Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and then in another part of the document, it says just Asian Americans only. So I think what I heard was to be consistent throughout the document. That's not substantive, and so we can make that change, and that feedback's been given, and those changes will be made. To what you're discussing, Trustee Zia, would be completely outside of what the process is for the Student Equity Plan, because again, those ethnic groups, those gender, some of the protected groups like veterans, et cetera, like the lens in which we use the Student Equity Plan through the Chancellor's Office is defined for us. So that if that's a recommendation that the board wants to provide that we look at locally, we can do that, and we can begin to start to collect data. And again, if that data is available through CCC Apply, because some of that data may not be captured in CCC Apply, but if it is, we can do some local analysis. But again, that would be additive to the plan for what we need to prove tonight to be compliant with the Chancellor's Office, to be eligible to receive our Student Equity and Achievement Program funds. That's what's before you tonight. And as I mentioned, it's gone through the process. So again, the feedback that you provided has been heard. I don't believe it requires a formal amendment because, as I mentioned, it's not substantive and it's just being consistent throughout the document. If there is a desire to add some additional local criteria, we can do that in the future and give that feedback to the Student Equity Committee if that's the pleasure of the board, but that wouldn't be something we could do in real time tonight or modify or change this plan in that way.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. I'd like to say a few things. Trustee Leatawa, we have a structural problem in California. It's called Proposition 206 that was adopted in 1996, which explicitly outlaws affirmative action in California in higher education and contracting and doing the work to resolve the historical harms is unconstitutional in California. So we cannot explicitly hire Native American Pacific or put out a job statement saying we only want to hire a Native Pacific Islander employee. We can't do that for African American, Latino, Persian. We can't do it for any group because of the way the California Constitution is structured. But that doesn't mean we can't do anything about it or that we don't do anything about it. And we've worked intentionally to be as inclusive and as creative as possible. We have the diversity faculty internship program to give people opportunity to meet minimum qualifications. We outreach in multiple communities and languages. We have the merit system that gives people opportunities to get on lists and have chances to become employees. But there are structural barriers that prohibit us. Trustee Malauulu, over the last several years, has made the same request about disaggregating the data for Asian Pacific Islander DESI to be more disaggregated, so you can see how our Cambodian students are doing versus our Native Hawaiian students. And that is not also, that's also a structural problem. That's not the way we collect the data. That's not how the Chancellor's Office requests the data. And so we've been trying, when we can, to disaggregate the data to be able to look at it more clearly. Now, I appreciate Dr. Munoz's input, but I have to respectfully disagree. And I think it's, I would like to make a recommendation. It's your choice that you withdraw your motion, the main motion, and do make a motion that adds what is, is allowable to make the document consistent throughout as you recommended. But you would have to, under Robert's Rules of Order, withdraw your first motion, and then a new motion would have to be made to that effect, which is my recommendation, and then we can adopt it and move forward, including the voice of the student request.
Yeah, so will I just have to withdraw my motion?
So do you withdraw your motion, your first motion?
Yes.
Okay, then there's no motion on the floor now. We can take a new motion. Would you like to make a new motion?
Yes, I would like to make a new motion.
So what I think I hear you saying, you want to make a new motion that includes NHPIAD to be consistent across the student equity report?
Correct.
All right, is there a second to that?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Trustee Antec, point of information, please.
Okay, 1 second. We do have a new motion by Trustee Leitao, second by Trustee Zia. Point of order, which takes priority, the Trustee Malauulu under Robert's Rules of Order. Trustee Malauulu, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, first of all, I just want to apologize. The Wi-Fi connection has been faltering, and I missed some of the discussion, and I had to log on 2 separate devices. Dario has been working with me behind the scenes. But I just want to make sure with Student Trustee Leatawa that she understands what just happened in the conversation that we just had. I want to make sure from her that she understands why the first motion wasn't consistent with the Chancellor's Office and why the second motion is necessary. I know that she affirmed it when you asked her, but I really do want to make sure maybe she can just reiterate it, because I think the spirit of the effort that she's making should be acknowledged, and I agree with her. I understand what she's doing, but I want to make sure she understands in terms of Robert's Rules of Order why we had to have the first motion withdrawn and the second motion made.
Yes,
Sure.
I understand.
Okay, I don't know if you hear, she says she understands. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be added.
Okay,
But
all
thank
right, I just wanted to make sure.
All right, your point of order is recognized and appreciate it. We'll now
Thank
go to
you.
discussion on the motion that's on the floor to adopt a student equity plan with amendments to make NHPIA consistent across the document. Any other discussion on that? Go back to Trustee Zia.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Superintendent President Dr. Munoz for helping elucidate the nuanced points, because that's not inherent knowledge. I certainly didn't know or recall those specific touch points that are seminal for the Chancellor's Office. So with that, that helps inform my vote tonight, and I will be voting yes for this substitute or this new motion that our student trustee has before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees?
Trustee Anta?
Trustee Malauulu, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing my point of order earlier. I just didn't want to move on unless it was clear. But I also wanted to thank Dr. Munoz for making that point. And also you, Trustee Antec, you brought up how I've been trying to get data disaggregated for Asian Pacific Islander students as well. It started with a zip code where I wanted to have data disaggregated by zip codes in my trustee area many years ago. So all of that is good on the ground level that we do at Long Beach City College from the ground up. But by the time we get to the chancellor's office, they view data differently, they collect data differently, they present data differently. So it's important that we're all on the same page and that we are speaking the same language when it comes to the numbers that reflect our students. So that's something that I had to learn along the way too. We all want the same thing. We all want the success for our students. We want to identify the problems. We want to identify the issues. But sometimes the way we present it is not the way that secures the resources that are available. And I hope that makes sense. And I hope you can all hear me because the Wi-Fi here is going in and out.
Yes, we could hear your entire statement, if you can hear us. So thank you. All right, before we go to a vote, I just want to say thank you to Student Trustee Leotalis for speaking up and taking formal action. What you asked for has been done, will be incorporated, will be in our minutes. And if folks ask in the future, did you do anything? Yes, you did. And it'll be different this year. And I think going forward, we'll make sure that it's included also in future equity plans, but it will be included in this year's equity plan. So thank you. All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Reese?
And yes, for accuracy of the motion, I have it as amending the motion to include Native American and Native American Pacific Islander to the report. Hawaiian, actually that's what I have right here and I spoke differently. Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander to the report, correct? Okay.
With the acronym NHPIA?
NHPI.
PI, no A. All right. All right. We got clarity on what we're voting on, and let's take some action.
Student Trustee Leotawa.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Annette Morton.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the equity plan is adopted as amended. Moving to item 13.2, new and revised board policies, administrative procedures. This is Chapter 5, Student Services, Board Policy 5055. This is an informational item on enrollment priorities. There's also an attached administrative procedures. This does not require a vote. Any discussion on the proposed policy? Seeing and hearing none, we're going to section 14, reports, board committee reports. I don't believe we have any. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to section 15, bargaining unit reports. 15 is LBCC FA bargaining presence report with Suzanne Engelhardt. She did speak earlier and said that she had to leave this evening, so she is not here. 15.2 AFT bargaining presence report, Mark Smith. I do not see Mark here. Item 15.3 CHI bargaining presence report with Crystal Huckabee. Crystal? I do not see her here. We already did 16.1 public comment on non-agenda items earlier in the meeting. We do have a second closed session. So for the 5 of us up here, the meeting continues. But this will conclude our open session meeting. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on December 10th, 2025, with closed session at 4:30, open session at 5:30. We will adjourn into our second closed session. It's about 8:24. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. just in case. You ready, Daria? All right, everyone. We're back here from our second closed session of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting for November 12th. It's approximately 11:30 p.m. in the evening. We've concluded our closed session items. I have one reportable action to read out. In closed session this evening on item 1.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D2, and 54956.9, subsection E1, the claim of Malachi Curry III. The Board of Trustees has unanimously voted to deny the claim. On the other closed session items, we have no reportable action. The next meeting of the Board of Trustees will be on December 10th, 2025, closed session at 4:30 and open session at 5:30. And we're going to adjourn tonight in the memory of Skip Kiesel, who recently passed away, a longtime friend of Long Beach and philanthropist and lawyer. So if we can take a moment of silence for Skip Kiesel, please. Thank you. That concludes the meeting. It's 11:31. Have a good evening, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.